Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Because It's Tuesday Sprints. It's Courtney. Whew. Just finished my workout, y'all. Whew. It was a good one. I'm still sweating. Sorry about that. Moving that out the way. Finished some of the workout. I won't say I finished all of it. Whew. I will finish the rest. How's everybody doing this morning? Let me know. How's your summer going? Are you cooling off? Heating up? All of that good stuff. What are you reading? It's been a very interesting few days for me. I was without a phone. Gasp. For a few days because my battery decided to just tank out on me. But, I managed to get a whole nother phone. It just took me 2 days without a phone, which is, a lifetime, I feel like, in this day and age. But still worked out pretty well. So that is about it. I'm actually liking my new phone. So I just need to kind of customize it to everything that I want it to be and go from there. Oh my gosh, I keep kicking stuff. Whew. Managed to make it to the library and all that good stuff too. So I'm not mad at it at all. So let me know how y'all doing. Make sure you're hydrating as well, because that is definitely important. Okay. That water's cold. Anyway, hope all is well. All is well in the land of books. Let me know what you're going to be reading, and what readathons you are participating in as well. Personally, I am trying to cool off. Man, where's my little fan? Anyway, I am participating in a few readathons. I haven't posted about them yet, but participating in a few, specifically the one off the top of my head. I know it's ARC August. Still need to check to see if some of those ARCs came through. Hey, Kat, how are you doing today this morning? Welcome. I just finished reading Chapter 8 in Atomic Habits. Ooh. Okay, that sounds pretty interesting. Is that like a self-help type thing? Let me know. Curvy Girl Summer is what I'm currently reading. I have no idea why it is taking me so long to finish this book. It's actually pretty good. I mean, it's a romance, but it's taken me forever to read this. I think I've been working on this book for almost a week, if not a week. I know I've had a lot of things going on, so maybe that's it. I haven't made it a super priority, but I've taken everywhere I've gone and read almost every place I've been. But I'm still trudging along, but I'm almost there, y'all. I'm almost. This is what I have left. So my goal is to try to finish today because I go into a few days of work starting tomorrow. So I'm wanting to not bring this book into that. But I also have a diamond painting that I'm like so close to finishing that I want to definitely finish before I go into my few days of work. So that's probably why I'm not as far into this, because I'm prioritizing that to get it done. And it's a good one. I can't wait to show everybody. So I don't have an audio for this. And I've been actually really wanting to read with my eyeballs lately. So I think that has definitely slowed down on my reading, which I'm definitely okay with that. So I think that's probably why I'm not as far into this. But I would like to finish both of these today. We'll see. But I did take this by the pool yesterday. It was very nice. Nice day to read in and out of the water. Whew. That was nice. Just trying to enjoy the summer and not be stuck in the house too much. So Kat is not really participating in any readathons officially, but I think a few of my books could count for Garb August. I'm doing a couple of buddy reads and book clubs. You know what? I forgot all about Garb August. That's true. Okay, you know what? Some of my books could probably fit for that too. I went to the library yesterday and actually picked up a few, maybe do a little bit of a haul. So maybe I'll fit that into that. In the next couple of days, I will solidify kind of everything that I'm going to be be participating in. I haven't really been looking at my planner, right? Planner is only good as much as you look at it. And I haven't been doing that. So I have some things written down. I just know off the top of my head, the one is um, um, Art August, which I need to check to see if NetGalley has approved the ARCs. I haven't gotten anything. I know I got turned down for one, so we'll see. I was late in doing all of those things because, life just got a little busy. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. Life got a bit busy. The next few days will definitely be busy, probably the next week. I work most of the next full week. So anyway, we'll see. Y'all see me around. Kat says Atomic Habits is by James Clear and it's self-help, personal development. It's actually a reread for me. Ooh, okay. So tell me, what is one really good key takeaway you think that everybody should learn that you have experienced in Atomic Habits? It sounds familiar, but I definitely don't think I've read it, but maybe I've heard of it in the past. So let me know something that may be of interest that I could definitely use, because we could always use some self-help, okay? I might not always want to read self-help books, but that doesn't mean that I can't utilize some of those habits, This nail is driving me nuts. I have this one nail that somehow is cut, and it is like scraping everything. My nails have gotten to the point to where it's time for me to cut them off and start fresh. I don't like long personal nails. If I could keep these without them getting brittle, it'd be nice. But these are a little too long for me at this point for me to be comfortable, especially once one starts chipping, it's time for them all to go. Hello, Paul. How are you doing? Good morning in chat. Morning to you as well. Let me know what you are going to be reading. We're going to be getting into our first sprint. We should be here till about 2 today, okay? But we're going to be getting into our first sprint, which I'm going to utilize to finish up my workout. Haven't taken care of these little abs. So we're going to do that. And then... sorry, just looking at a note I have here. Anyway, I'm going to finish my little ab workout. I would love to take a walk, but I don't know if I have time for that. That's my plan. And then I have some blueberry cheesecake muffins I want to make. I may put those in the oven first and then do a little ab workout. We'll see. Kat says the chapter I just read is about making a habit irresistible. And it is the anticipation of a reward, not the fulfillment of it, that gets us to take action. Ooh, yeah, that's true. I get that. We think of the payoff versus actually what habit we have to do in order to motivate us to do it. Yeah, I get you. It's like going to work. We don't necessarily want to go to work. We think of, what is the paycheck? Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, I got sweat in my eye. Oh, it's nice to have a nice little sweaty workout, right? Kat says good morning to Paul. And Paul says, right now I'm not reading too much pain, but hoping to get back into Legacy of Ash by Matthew Ward. Well, I hope you're feeling better. I know you've been having some health stuff lately, so hopefully that all kind of gets better. But take it easy, especially in this summertime, okay? Not a good time to, well, I don't think there's any good time to actually ever be sick, but just, take care and, watch out for the heat, okay? Kelly says, happy time zone, my friends. Happy time zone to you as well. What are you going to be reading today? What's going on? Let us know. I think I said this already. I'm doing Curvy Girl Summer. There's actually a sequel to this. It's not the same characters, which I definitely like when the books in a series to have different characters and the sequels and stuff. So it's not like I feel like I left off, but I'll probably leave it at this. But it's pretty decent in case anybody's looking for realistic, nice, cute romance type thing. Kelly has finished my writing sprints for the morning. I'm going to make breakfast and finish Wrath by John Gwynn. John Gwynn has been making a splash on BookTube. Yeah, I got up late. I saw that you were on, and I was got up late, and I was like, okay. Actually, I wasn't even really late though. I just got up and did my workout, and so I just finished it. So really hadn't had time to kind of stop around and see who's sprinting. So I need to do that too. Do a little sprint hoppy hop. Kat says, so clear talks of temptation bundling. Clear talks of temptation bumbling. That sounds interesting. Pair an action you want to do with an action you need to do. That's a good one. I like that. Something you want to do with something you need to do. That is true. Get it all done. You know what's so funny? That reminds me, I don't know why, I started thinking of politics when you said that. It's like what they do with these bills and why we don't really get a lot of things done, or why one astronomical thing gets passed and you're like, how did that happen? Is because they tend to tack on something that is like makes sense, that is needed, with something that's just horrible. Like I saw a movie once and they were talking about, what was it? It was, what was it? Oh my gosh. It was a movie with Eddie Murphy. He was getting into politics. But anyway, way back in the day. A Distinguished Gentleman was the movie. And what was it? He passed some bill where it was like going to cut it was going to provide some funding for something, but then it cut school lunch programs or something. I don't know. Anyway, I just thought of that. But yes, I like that. Pair actions of what you want to do with what you need to do. I agree. Gets things done. I don't know. I'm a big fan of just getting things that I need to get done. Just do it whether I like it or not. So Kat says good morning to Kelly. Kelly waves a pink hand. Kat says, gold star for the workout, Courtney. Clear is the author. Clear is the author. Oh, James. Did you say James' first name was James Clear? Yes, for Atomic Habits. Yes. Yeah, I did the workout. I'm trying to be consistent. I'm always trying, that's not something I want to do as well. So I think of remember how you were saying and we think of the anticipation. No, not anticipation, reward. What did you say? Let me go back. Reward, not the action, but the anticipation. Okay, it's the anticipation of a reward and not the fulfillment of it that gets us to take action. There we go. I'm thinking of, I feel better, definitely feel better. I mean, it sucks I never would have thought. I'd be like, oh yeah, working out makes me feel better. It does. The other day I was feeling so sluggish and I was like, I'm gonna make myself do this workout because I didn't feel like it. And I felt so much better. And I know that I feel better. Give me about 4 or 5 minutes and it wakes me up too, And of course, everybody wants to be fit, but I feel like my body moves better when I work out. Like even if I just stretch, because sometimes I get to the workout part and I'm just like, I don't want to do all this moving around. So I just stretch or I take a walk, because that's a workout too. It just makes me feel better, so that anticipation of the reward of feeling better gets me to the task instead of actually wanting to do it, So I recognize that. So I do it, It's like going to work. I anticipate my paycheck. Do I really want to go to work? No, but it's that anticipation of the reward. I guess you can call the paycheck the reward. Anyway, y'all, I'm just bumbling. Walking in the morning is my habit. I'm on a streak since July 1st. I look forward to it every morning. Oh, that's a nice one. I like a good walk. I'm not going to lie. That's one of the things I have always done, like even since my youth, just taking a nice long walk. And in reality, I enjoy when I finish. I only do like 30, 40 minutes workout, y'all. So if I'm sitting there talking about working out, don't think I'm like lifting tons of weights and running and 20 miles and stuff. It's just simple walking workouts at home, just something to get your body moving. And I pair it with like light weights. But I enjoy finishing a workout with a nice walk, like 10, 15 minutes, might even be longer, depends on how I feel. I commit to about a 10-minute walk, with my little pattern, I guess, or whatever I do at home, and then just add on to it. It's just walking around the neighborhood. I wish I had trails near me. I would love to like trail walk. Now, I used to do that at a place I lived at, and I loved it. You're like in the kind of in the woods ish. You're not too far from like cars and roads and stuff. I'm not going into the mountains, getting off the beat path, but still, it's kind of nice to get that nature element in it. But I don't have that here. But yeah, I really do enjoy the idea of doing something like that. Just a nice simple walk after a workout. But it depends on, the time I have. We'll see today. I would like to read during some of the sprints. And, the walk will probably take some of that time away because I don't have an audio. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. When I walk outside, I'm unplugged. I love being in nature. If I have to walk on the treadmill, I have to be listening to music or a good audiobook. Yeah, that's true. It makes the time go quicker, if you're inside because you're just kind of stationary, I agree. But walking outside is nice to me with, a little earbud in for an audio. I do like that. That makes the time go quicker too. I tend to, when I take a walk, I catch up on my correspondence. I call it. Basically, I call people. Most of the time, it's my mom. I talk to her, or more likely she talks to me. So I listen to her till I get frustrated that I can't get a word in, and then listen to my audio. But that's the time that I feel like it's best to talk on the phone or listen to a book. But it's just about being outside, listening to nature sounds. I like people, don't get me wrong, but I don't really like encountering people on my walks. It just takes me out of the zone of what I'm there for, which is to walk. So stopping to like talk to somebody that wants to talk is just kind of it's so antisocial, right? But it's the truth. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, don't stop unless it's a friendly hello, which I don't even need that. Then just, I don't want to talk. That's one of the great things, though, I will say about my dog passed away, but my other one that I used to take on walks. But I hate it when people would stop me and be like, "Can I pet your dog?" It's like, no, we're not here for that. He needs to exercise, and so do I. And recently, I was actually babysitting a friend's pet, a dog. He was pretty active, so I took him for walks. And it was kind of reminiscent of the walks I used to have with my other dog, where people would stop me like, "Oh, he's so cool," and all this stuff. And it's like, I got stuff to do, y'all. Anyway, so walks are nice. I like them, and they're a good time for me time too, I like to take walks with my husband, but I definitely prefer them by myself. You can kind of set your own pace and stuff. So anyway, we're going to our first sprint here. And this is what we're doing. Anybody that's here, normally I love a good race timer. So we're going to be doing some racing here. Okay. And we got some mermaids. So you choose which mermaid that you think is going to win. We got number 1 who has the green hair. We got number 2 with the blonde hair. Number 3 is the blue fro. Cool glasses, green glasses. And number 4 has the red hair. So adorbs. I am going to go with number 4 with the red hair. Cutie with the red hair. So let me know who y'all think is going to win or should win. Let us know. Kat says, I used to plug in on my walks. It's kind of my meditation. My goal is to start my walk by 6 a.m. Not many folks on the road, and I walk with a purpose. So a quick hello to people I pass, and that's it. Yep. I like that idea. That's a good time too. I will say that because it's not too hot that early in the morning and you get your walk in before most people get up. I think that's a really good time. I go to bed late every day, so that definitely is not going to work for me at all. But yeah, back in the day, I used to get up at like 5:30 and go running and all this stuff. I stopped that. It was years ago, but I agree with you on that. Early in the morning before everybody gets around, you can do what you need to do, I agree with that one. Cat chooses number three with the blue hair. I don't have blue hair, but I wear glasses. There we go. There we go. And that's a cute one. That's adorbs. I like that one. Okay, well, we have support for three and we have support for number four. So there you go. I don't know how many other people are here, so we will just leave it at that one though. So there we go. Three and four off to the races, y'all. Happy reading. See you in an hour. You know what is funny is that little blonde girl is actually the one I was thinking of rooting for when I first came up, but I was like, oh no, let me go ahead and root for the other girl with the red hair. See? Travesty, travesty. Okay, well, if you were rooting for number two, then there you go. See, don't always change from your first mind, okay? Anyway, that was that sprint. How did that go for everybody? I was just over Olivia's sprint, showing some support over there. She has a really cool little dice tower. I thought that was pretty fun. What else did I do? I made muffins. I ate muffins. I drank a cup of tea. I finished my ab workout. I made a phone call, made a doctor's appointment. I'm clipping my nails. I'm halfway done. So very productive sprint to get several things done. So I can't be mad at that. So there we go. There we go. Hello, Core Moods. How are you doing today? Welcome. Good morning. Good morning. What are you up to? Kat says good morning to Core Moods as well. Kelly says, I've got my breakfast and I chose the redhead. Yep, there we go. Redhead was what, number? Oh, 4. Same one as me. Yeah, we didn't win. It was number 2 that won. Oh my gosh, I should have said yes. I haven't been sucking wind at these races, I will say, in the last few weeks on this one. So, but that's fine. That's fine. You know, can't win them all, right? Christina says, good morning. Hello, lady. How are you doing? Good morning to Kat. Good morning to Sarah. Ooh, is Sarah Core Moods? Sarah. Let me know who Sarah is. Christina says to do all of these things. Let's go through them. So remember to hydrate. I've definitely done that, but I'm going to go ahead and do it again. Do it another time for prosperity. You're going to feed yourself. Definitely did that. Check the laundry. No, we did it the other day. I think we're good on that one. Take meds. Did that. Stretch. Did that. And show some love to the like button. I've done that on a few channels this morning already, so I'm good on that one. And make sure you ring and sub. If you sub and ring the bell so you can be notified. Awesome. Awesome. I like all of those things. Thank you, Christina. Kat says good morning to Christina as well. Christina says hi to Paul and hopefully feel better. Hopefully as well, because I know you like to be active, going out and cutting the grass and all that stuff. And it's definitely not a good thing to do in this heat. South Carolina can get hot. So watch out for yourself, okay? For those of y'all that wear glasses, the plight of dirty glasses, I tell you, I feel like I can't see. All right, let's get these bad boys cleaned up. Ta-da, it's like a whole world open up, y'all. I find these glasses, these are my newer glasses. I've had them a few months, but I feel like they get dirty so much quicker than my other ones used to be. These little cloths come in a clutch. I never use these as much as I've used in maybe the last year. Trying to keep my vision better. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Lachette. Good morning. Good morning. What are you up to? Let us know. How's it going? Hi, Livia. Hello. Livia is sprinting. I think she's about to do her last sprint, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure y'all go by and show some love if you have not already. Kat says good morning to Lachette and to Livia. Oh, the puppy. What a sweetie. Wasn't that cute? It's like the puppy, what is it, the mermaid pup? What would that be called? I don't know. Perpade. Anyway, yeah, he came to come and grab her and show her some love in the end. That's hilarious. I love the little timers, y'all. Okay, so Kelly ate breakfast, talked with the daughter, and watched the news. The dreaded news. Is there anything interesting on the news that's just not some craziness? I get annoyed watching the news half the time these days. There's always something just not quite right going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm just pulling the next timer up here, y'all. We're going to do 45. Ooh, clear. If I can do one button. There we go. Punch one button. There we go. We're going to continue with the nautical theme. That's what we're going to do there. Okay. There we go. Christina says, I'll read next sprint. Okay, there we go. I think I'm going to diamond paint next sprint. I have a goal today. Hopefully I can reach it, to diamond paint and also finish my diamond painting. And also hopefully finish this book. Let's see. I'm on page 251 and it goes to, okay, yeah. So I got about 100 pages left. So that's the thing about romances. We know they're going to get together. We're already kind of, I don't know, I feel like it's dragging it out, you know? But anyway, 100 pages. So I don't know. I could potentially do it. I don't know. It depends. I probably won't. I'll definitely finish by tomorrow, hopefully. But trying to get that book read. But diamond painting is less versatile with me being able to take it with me than the book, because my goal is maybe later to go and go to the pool and I can take the book with me. Can't take the diamond painting. I could, but I'm not. We'll see. But I think I'm going to do some diamond painting after cutting my nails on the next sprint. So I'll see. Lachette did the leg workout and watching a Curtis Blow interview. Now that takes you back, right? Okay. Is he revealing anything more interesting you did not know? And what did you do for your leg workout? I'm always interested in a shortcut or something's going to give me some good results in a short amount of time. Let me know. I'm going to shower. Yeah, I need to do that, but I think I'm going to put this shower off till later. Because if I'm going to go for this walk, then I want to shower like right before the pool and then go swimming and then take a really big shower after. So I got a few things planned. So I want to get other things done first. Lachette says hello to Olivia and Christina. And Kat folded a load of towels. Okay, it's always nice to have those and put them away. Then I updated my thoughts about chapter 8 in Discord with my group that I'm reading with. Now talking to my hubby on the phone. Oh, are you talking about Atomic Habits? Is this like a group read with that? Let me know. Hold up. I just got error. No error. Okay. Shed says, hi, Kat. Nice to meet you. Kat has been around a minute. Kat does sprints, 5 p.m. EST on Wednesdays, right before nails. But I know you've been doing some other stuff too, right? I've been in and out of the loop, y'all. Hello, Dee Dee. Just finished my cup of tea, and now I'm going to make some videos. Ooh, there we go. Always good. What they gonna be about? Let us know. Kat says, nice to meet you. Lachette says hello to Dee Dee. Dee Dee says hello back. Interesting and crazy radiated wasps. Oh, okay. I missed something. Let me go. Interesting and crazy radiated wasps. I don't know anything about radiated wasps, but sounds intriguing. Let us know what is going on with these radiated wasps, okay? I'm just going to update that. There we go. Christina says, I'm waiting for my phone to charge so I can start when the moon hatched. So just drinking coffee and sprint hopping. That was a buddy read, wasn't it? With Dee Dee for Virtues of Books a while back, wasn't it? Or is it upcoming? I get all my times mixed up. Let me know. I heard it was good. I just haven't read it yet. Amberly says, good morning. How are you doing, Amberly? I hope your day's going well. What are you up to? Let us know. Finished my strength workout. Yay! And some treadmill time. Hoping to get some decent reading done this morning. Maybe some writing. Sounds productive already. I like a good day to start out with some physical activity. Just gets the blood pumping a little bit in one fashion or another. Do you read on the treadmill? And what strength workouts do you do? I'm always curious. Kat says, good morning to Amber Lee. Lachette did squats, knee raises, lunges, and stretches. Nothing fancy here. You know what? Those are the basics that will get the lower body in shape if you do enough of them. So there's nothing wrong with that, okay? I've done almost all of those. The only thing I don't like is lunges. I've never been a fan of lunges. Like my knees just, I don't know, my knees don't like those. But all those squats, you can't go wrong with a good squat and leg raise. Okay. Lunges just, I don't know, I feel off balance, especially forward lunges. Back lunges fine, but I'd rather just do a squat than a lunge any day. So Amberly says, good morning to Kat. Lachette says, some producer and DJ is introducing Kurtis Blow to some newer artist and getting his opinion. Oh, okay. There we go. It's nice to have a seasoned person give some good feedback. So nothing wrong with that. I take it you're a fan of Kurtis Blow, right? Hello, lovely Kiana. How are you doing, Miss Lady? How's it going? Are you gearing up to go to work? The dreaded work. I have quite a number of those days coming up. I think I work 5 or 6 of the next 7 days. So I will be in and out, y'all. Okay. So late night sprints, I will be, unless work's super busy, I'll be popping into those. Okay. Christina says, good morning to Kiana. And Eversley says on the Wasp, they found a radioactive nest in like South Carolina, something like that. Oh, okay, the news. Okay, I was like, what is up with these radiological wasps? Okay, that makes total sense now. Okay, so radioactive nest in South Carolina. Ooh, is this near some nuclear plant? And what exactly are they doing now that they're radioactive? I mean, are they spreading radiation to different places as they migrate? That's kind of scary, y'all. I don't know. I stay away from wasps. I have a little tiny nest right when you walk outside my door. I'm keeping an eye on it till we can get some spray. Luckily, it's not super big, though. Dee Dee says, my July wrap up and July junk journal 2025 flip through. Okay. Lachette says it was a buddy read. I don't think most of us got to it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember there was a lot of talk about it and then I just kind of died off. So I thought maybe I just kind of, wasn't paying attention to when the moon hatched. So, okay. But I've heard good things. I will say that. I haven't heard anything bad about it. I know it's long. That's what I say. But other than that, I haven't heard anything crazy about it. Kiana says, get ready for work. The first day of school is tomorrow. Tomorrow? What is this? July? No, August. Hold up. August 5th. It's August 5th and the kids are already going back to school tomorrow? Wow. I don't have kids, okay, so I'm not in that arena, but I'm just dumbfounded for the kids. Wow. Dang, when did they get out of school? Please tell me it was May. It was May and not June. Because, man, when is the summer? What happened to kids getting like a full 3 months off? Like a full 3 months, okay? Wow. That's, whew. Anybody else in the chats have kids going back to school already? That's crazy. I mean, it's good for you. You get them, get out, get some time to yourself. But dang, I'm dumbfounded. I got to call my sister and be like, because she got a few kids. I'm like, when are your kids going back to school? Man, okay. Well, I hope you got the school shopping done and all that stuff. Because I've definitely been seeing people in the stores putting the things out for schools. Okay. Kelly says some wasps were hanging out in South Carolina where there was some not properly disposed spent uranium. What? They got radiated and were doing just fine. Not so fine for people if they got exposed to them. What in the world? What are they producing? I don't know. I guess I just think of uranium as like radiation plants where they're producing like tons of chemicals and I don't know. I guess that could be produced anywhere, but I don't know. I think of just like oil plants and things like that or nuclear weapons. So where exactly was this area with this free uranium that these bees or these wasps got exposed to? That's very interesting. See, further reason to stay away from wasps, okay? Further reason, okay? Amberly says, I got to do the workout in the morning or it won't get done. I'll get lazy. I'm the the same way. I'm the exact same way. Workouts are in the morning for me. If I'm doing something active in the nighttime, it's more of just like recreation. Like I don't mind a nice long walk any time of the day. But if it's for my formal workout, it is definitely in the morning. Um, Nighttime is more just recreation. Like I had a friend that used to want to walk at nighttime for her exercise. And I don't mind meeting up. Like, let's go walk a mile or two and then, go get some drinks or food. But walking 5 miles and then just going home is not my deal of a good time at all. So it's just too late for me. So I just can't be the consistent walking partner for her. So I get the concept. It just doesn't work for me. Christina says yes and no. We are still trying to fit it in with DD. We're talking about When the Moon Hatched, y'all, but may wait until December and January. I will reread it then. Book 2 comes out in February. This time I'm reading it with Neva. Oh, you got a few things going on. Okay. How many books are in this series? Kiana says hello to everybody. Amberly says hi back. And Kelly's going to wave that pink hand at you, okay? Kiana says they got out at the end of May. Okay, well, at least they got, end of May. I guess they got at least 2 full months off, but I'm just dumbfounded that schools are starting already. You might as well just make year-round school and then just give them like 2-3 week breaks in between. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't necessarily be mad at a year-round school, but I'm out of school, so that's a whole nother ball game. I understand parents are like, what the crap? But I get it. Kiana says Brandy's kids went back last week. What in the world? What is going on? Wow. Ugh. See, I used to think when they were shortening kids' school summer breaks that it was like a transition to full-time year-round school. That's what I kind of thought at this point, truthfully, around the country, at least in the US. I thought that was what the transition was going to be. And I would have thought it would have been that already now, and it isn't. So it just seems like every state's doing their own thing. So I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know what to make of the school systems anymore. I really don't. I'm just, in a way, I'm just happy I don't have a kid in it, so I don't have to deal with the chaos that is it. But yeah, hopefully the kids enjoyed, the 2 months they had off. Lachette says, yes, I don't love lunges, but I know they help my balance and stretches areas to avoid lower back pain. Yep, you got to watch out for that lower back pain. Yeah, I exercise. I mean, I want to be fit, don't get me wrong, but I think what you look like definitely has more to do with eating than working out, unless you're, pumping some weight or something. But it's more just kind of to keep from falling apart a bit. I say that not to be rude to anybody. If y'all taking offense to that, it's a joke more for me. It's just I feel better when I do something with my body on a daily basis. And I work a very physical job. I walk around a hospital. That takes some effort and energy. Okay, so I can't just get up and do that and not have done anything outside of that. It just don't work. Emily says the high school I went to so many years ago. Who you telling? Now started back for the year yesterday. We definitely didn't start that early back in my day. Wow. I remember getting out at the end of May and going back at the end of August. That's what I remember. I don't know what's going on now. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Christina says they don't go back here until after Labor Day. Yep. And that's another thing. Yep. When I was in school, pretty much everybody got out at the end of May and they went back either the week before Labor Day or like right after. It wasn't none of this beginning of August. Not even like middle of August. So I'm just like dumbfounded. Okay. I mean, maybe they're padding in for like days that they give the kids off, but I'd rather just have less days off during the school year than to have to go back so early, But yippers, plan accordingly, y'all. Lachette says, wow, I never had 3 full months off, just July and August here for summer break. Yeah, that's strange. I don't know. I don't know what to think of all that. I don't know. I don't think my memory's that faulty. I think I definitely remember having more time. Kelly says one of the key training sites for nuclear engineers to train in the Navy was outside of Charleston, South Carolina. I'm sure that's where it was. Wow. I did not know that. Okay. Learn something new. Okay. So you want to get your radioactive training on? South Carolina. Okay. Y'all. Paul, watch out. I know you're in that state. Watch out. Get away from them wasps, okay? Kelly said this training is only in Idaho now. Oh, okay, in Idaho. Okay. Man, see, it's probably, you probably have access to some more rural areas than more populated areas, and also cheaper property. So it might be why they have like all these different training sites out there. But think about those things, huh? Learn something new. Lachette says, I know those wasps are going crazy, telling each other to stay away from humans. Probably so. Hey, Coda, how are you doing today? Welcome. What's going on? Lachette says, when the Moon Hatch is part of a series, definitely gonna wait till then. Okay, I get you. Kiana says, but they get a month or so off in December and go back in January. See, that's another thing. If they're decreasing the summer break, then what about the winter? Like, I'm trying to think of when we ended school. I think we always had like 3 weeks off. Go back right after the end of the school year and then get off. Oh, I can't remember. It's like beginning of December, mid-December. Yeah, I don't know. Time flies, y'all. Time flies. Just enjoy your time while you can. Get time off. For parents, enjoy the idea you're not doing that rigmarole back and forth. Enjoy some quality time with your kids while you're there, and then appreciate when they're, not there, But yeah, that's a lot. Emily says hi to Coda. Everybody say hi to Coda. Coda's in the chat, y'all. Okay, so far 1, but book 2 is coming. Oh, for When the Moon Hatch. So is it a duology? These some long books for these. You know me and long books, y'all. I'm okay with a long book if I want to read it for one, but multiple in the series and they're super long, I am not with that life. 700. How many pages is this When the Moon Hatched? Let me see. I just got this new phone and they keep asking me for software updates. It's very annoying. Just do it all when I got it. The Moon. By Sarah A. Parker. It's a romance fantasy. I like that. Ooh, dragon moons and hold on, where did it go? Slow burn, steamy scenes, Mercer World, Plantis Fantasy and Romance. The next book for When the Moon Hatched, the sequel, is The Ballad of Falling Dragons. And it is released on February of next year, February 24th. So you got some time. 576 pages. Oh, that's not bad. I thought it was like 700 something pages, but it's, hold up. No, it did say 700 pages. What in the world? Yeah, why did it say 500 something pages on that one page? Anyway, Amazon says it's 736 pages, and it is part of a duology. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like it's 2 books, so you're not having to extend out. It's not like Court of Mist and Fury and all that stuff. So, Jane starts tomorrow. What is Jane? The book. Oh, Jane. I'm thinking every time I like Jane Austen or something like that. Your daughter, okay. That is early. But I've been out of the kids going to school arena for a minute, so I could be totally just off base. Because school for me was a while. High school and elementary and middle school it's been a minute. Okay, so it's different from college. So I'm out of that arena. So this could have been that way for a while for y'all. I just feel like it's so early though. Hello, Grace. How are you doing? Reading The Tides of Time and 12% in. Okay, you're early in, but you were in there. How are you enjoying that? Good morning, Sharkoda. Okay, Christina. Kiana says hello. Everybody says hello to everybody. I'm liking everybody saying hi, getting to know the peeps. Christina said, I would have liked year-round school, but too many people complained when they tried to start in August. So they passed a law or whatever to make it so we could not start until after Labor Day. Ooh, I kind of like the idea of starting after Labor Day, truthfully, because that's kind of like the official end of summer. And, some people plan like late trips with the kiddos and stuff. So, yeah. It's unfortunate though, like every state has different policies. I think it's one of the reasons we lag behind in America in the school system, because every state's clamoring to do their own thing and there's no cohesiveness. But yeah, I would not have mind a year-round school, and a very unpopular opinion, but I would not have mind a universal school uniform as well. But whatever. It's a tourism thing. Yeah, I can get it. I get it. Coda says, Calais. It says hello to everybody. And all the lurkers. There we go. I've been doing a lot of lurking in the last few weeks with sprints. I just haven't had time to really be like, I'll say hi and then it'll be on for like an hour or two and I'm like doing random stuff. It's just a lot. I feel like once I start getting into the chat, then I got to get in there. And sometimes I don't have the time for it. So, but I'm around, y'all. Okay, I'm around. Kelly says we have bigger winter breaks and spring breaks now. Oh, so you have longer than a week for spring break? Because that's all we've ever really had. Lachette says, I do it not to fall apart too. Trying to avoid aches and pains and be able to get up and around fairly easily without struggling as I get older. Exactly. I feel you on that. I feel you. And moving your body, and like I concentrate more on strength training than anything, trying to get some muscles. See, I got some in there. But moving your body in different ways too as well. Like, you don't normally be doing this, but I have different workouts I do like at home versus when I do kind of like at work. At home, I move my body like a whole lot, with my workouts here, because they, have you do different things with your arms and legs that you don't normally do, but that kind of keeps those joints kind of active. Versus like at work, I'll just do like straight up like, just regular weights, things like that, it's more for just strengthening. So different things. But yeah, got to keep mobile, y'all. That's important. Even if y'all just stretching, it is important if you can. Everybody can do some small snippet. You know your body better than anybody else, okay? Christina says, oh, we don't go out until almost halfway through June. That's trash. I don't get it. That's what one of my coworkers say. I don't get it. Lydia says, I'm on my last sprint and starting now The Pairing by Casey McQuiston. The Pairing. What is that about? Sounds almost like a horror. Dee Dee says, same for me. End of May and started back end of August. There we go. In Louisiana, they go back earlier now because of hurricane season. I get that you lose days, so sometimes you have to pad in for like natural disasters, snowstorms, things. I get it. I don't know. I feel like there should just be a better schedule. So I don't know. I don't know. Lachette says, I remember being happy to go to college where school ended in May. So you have an extra month of summer. There we go. Exactly. Okay. You can plan things better. Okay. Spent uranium lasts forever. Ooh. Well, hopefully they cordon off that area so that nobody's going up in there. I don't know if you can kind of clean it up or just cordon it off and leave it there, but that's just dangerous. Not just for wasps, but for anything else. So, y'all, watch out for the wasps, okay? Kelly waving a hand to Livia. Cat's off the phone with the hubby. Ooh, okay. Did you learn anything from hubby? Anything interesting? Grace, 14% into the tides of time. There we go. There we go. Hopefully you continue to enjoy it. Hello, Shannon Lee. How are you doing? Welcome. 55% of the Orphan's Promise by Lindsay Hutchinson. Ooh, how are you enjoying the Orphan's Promise? What is that about? Looks like it's just, the Moon Hatch. Yep, it looks like a duology. Thank goodness, right? I wouldn't mind starting after Labor Day if we still got off at the end of May. There we go. I wouldn't mind speeding some stuff up so you can get that time off. That's paramount. I think it allows you to work smarter, not harder. So I'm for that. Kiana says, stressful picking out clothes. Yes. And when I grew up, I didn't have as many clothes as I have now, too. And so not having the money and resources, it was difficult to, like, I didn't want to be the girl that, she always recycling and wearing the same thing, but what do I have? You know what I'm saying? It just, I don't know. I was ridiculed sometimes at school because, I wore a lot of the same things. But I mean, my mom didn't have money. I'd rather have food in my mouth and lights than being able to have clothes to where I didn't have to recycle every 2 weeks. Like, but it was like mix and match. I mean, we did what we can, but I mean, I didn't have a lot of dressy clothes for picture days and stuff like that. And, I didn't have a lot of clothes. So a school uniform would have kind of avoided that redundancy, So anyway, it is what it is. I valued what I had and I took care of it. It was always clean, but, I just did not have a lot of clothes. So there was a lot of wearing a lot of the same things week to week, Shannon says, my kids start towards the end of August and get out in June. Is it early June at least? Like early June? Because some of these kids, it's like mid-June and going back mid-August. It's like, dang. If I was these kids, I'd be like, I'd have on my bathing suit or whatever it is they do, like under my clothes on the last day of school and go straight out to go do whatever. It's like summer's here. School uniforms were actually a good thing. Being a kid or teenager is hard enough without having to worry about clothes and fitting in that way. Exactly. Because the clothes I had were not the most popular, I mean, I was okay with them, but kids are cruel. Like, and I recognize that even as an adult because adults are cruel. Anything that makes you different outside of what's popular or who determines what something's popular is something to be picked at. And I am very cognizant of that. Because, I've always been different and I'm comfortable with who I am. The only time I've not been comfortable with who I am is when other people have pointed out stuff. And that bugs me. That's one of the things I do like about our book communities. We have so many different types of people, in this book community. And it seems like for the most part, I mean, they support each other, I mean, you don't have to always be all on somebody's channel, but at the same time, it's not like people being ridiculed for their differences, but anyway, yeah, kids are cruel. So I recognize that. Even with petty things, but those petty kids sometimes don't grow out of it and become petty adults. Okay. I have seen that. Grace says, love strength training too, and have some fitness YouTubers I love if you need Rex. Oh, see, yeah, I do Grow with Joe. That's like my go-to. I'm all for it. You can IG me some folks, okay? But I Grow with Joe is like my go-to. And then I used to do Roberta's Gym, but I haven't much. I used to do Chloe Ting, but I'm done with that. But yeah, Grow with Joe pretty much has been holding me down for like 2 years. So I'm good with that one. Kat says, I'm right there with you, Lachette. I'm moving to avoid those aches and pains. Yep, stretch it out. Hydration too. That's important, y'all. Joints need fluid, what you drink, and cells need to metabolize, and they need the hydration for that. Okay. Shannon says, yeah, I'm not looking forward to clothes and shopping and getting hair braided for school, but I've been at the school almost every day this summer because I have cheerleaders. Oh, okay, I get you. Yeah, well, you're still in that mode, but that's like the fun part, right? Instead of the I gotta sit in the classroom and stay awake. Okay, I remember those days where you're like trying to stay awake in class. Not fun. That was me last week, Shannon. Gotta spend them dollars, y'all. Kat says, I made sure to get a good stretch in after I walk so I don't get stiff. Yep. There we go. Warm up's key. I get the day off from that today. My daughter has a fever and she makes it through practice that last night like a trooper. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Take care of your daughter and take care of yourself. Okay. Because yeah, this isn't the great time. I feel like with all these kiddos going back to school and everything, it's not the best time to get sick because it's all that rigmarole again of getting established. But yeah, hopefully y'all feel better and you get back re-energized. Okay. Dee Dee, are you in Louisiana? Dee Dee is from Louisiana, right? But you're in France, right? Faithful says hello to everybody. Grace says, if I can click on this, I have mixed feelings on going to private school K through 12, though I know it was a privilege, but the uniforms were a blessing. That is true. That is true. Dee Dee says, I'm from New Orleans. Was it Nolans? Nolans, right? I always say New Orleans. I don't say it right. And I'm from the South. Living in Normandy since 1990. Yeah, she got out the U.S. She's like, I'm not with that life. I'm not with that life. I bet you like it so much more, right? Faithful says, I'm forever thankful for having to wear a school uniform up to age 16. A lot less pressure. Exactly. Yeah, I never got the privilege of wearing a school uniform. And so most people would be like, privilege, but I would have liked a school uniform. Okay. Kat says, yeah, I learned that because the guy running the morning meeting he attended made me get a late start with the delivery. I might not make it home tonight. My hubby drives a truck for Nalco. Hold up. I learned that because the guy running the morning meeting he attended made him get a late start and might not make it. Oh, that sucks. Well, hopefully you're able to, speed up some stuff, but yeah. Well, that sucks. So he'd have to get a hotel or drive throughout the night. How does that work? Or does he sleep in the cab? You know how those are, the big boy cabs in the back? Shannon says the second week in June is when they get out. I guess, okay, I'm going to refresh my thinking with all of these dates y'all are telling me. So if at least the kids get about 2.5 months, then I guess that's okay. And the summer goes by quickly anyway. You have 3 months off and you feel like you just got out last week. So, but it's still nice to just have that break. You know what I'm saying? Amberly says, hello to Faithful. Hi, Toya. How are you doing? Just my opinion as someone who lives in rural South Tennessee, school uniforms, yay, big no, because I know that price tag will be high. Yeah, see, I wasn't thinking about that. Thank you for that input. Yes, price tag would be high. I agree. Because if everybody has to wear something specific, then the companies that make them can charge what they want. And I understand that because, like I said, I grew up without having much money. And for our gym uniforms, we were supposed to have, I mean, they basically kind of left it up to you. Most people went with a certain company because it went through the school, but pretty much you had to have like a certain color shirt and shorts. I didn't have that. My mom didn't have the money for that. So I piecemealed it together with some stuff I had. I got ridiculed because it definitely was not like gym shorts. Um, but it was what I had. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get you on that one. Just in an ideal world, though, I would mind a school uniform, but the price tag definitely would be something that would have been an issue, I think. But I will say this: we had a small, very meager back to school clothes budget that my mom said. She had 5 kids, so it was a small budget for each kid. um I don't know how much the school uniforms would have gone for, but instead of buying other clothes, then to put it towards a school uniform, maybe. But I mean, I don't know how that would have, how much it would have cost and how much it would have stretched. I made sure that with mine, I got a lot of essentials and mix and match as much as I can. And we went to discount places. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Food for thought, though. Good bringing that up, Toya. I appreciate that. I didn't think of that. Faithful says, I didn't have a school uniform in primary school. It came not long after I went to secondary high school. I think it's not that big of a deal when you're younger. As you get older, all those differences in clothes, and nowadays with social media and stuff, kids are a lot more snooty, I think. I think kids these days look at all this adult content online and are trying to be that. And it's like, dude, why are you talking about like brand name stuff when you don't have brand name dollars and don't make that, but then making mom and dad feel bad that they haven't bought you brand name stuff, you know? Cutting all that crap out would be nice. I agree. Kat says, gotcha, Dee Dee. I live in Hammond, about an hour from New Orleans. However, I did grow up on the South Shore. Ooh, fun times. Hot weather. I love it. Terry says, there are just mean-spirited people in the world that will target you regardless of clothes. Oh, yeah. Clothes is just one thing. You add in all the other factors that make you others. I call others. It's just a whole ball game. And you need to be comfortable with who you are. In my book here that I'm reading, what was it? It's a quote that the girl says right here. I think her sister told her, don't ever let someone, no, she said, what did she say? Don't let someone make you feel bad for being who you, no, that's not what she said. Something about being who you are. Oh my God, I can't think of the quote now. See, this is why I like an ebook. I wish I had this on ebook, but I didn't. I got it from the library because there was so many things I wanted to highlight. And you can do that, but I can't do that in here. But something about don't ever change who you are for somebody else. But it was just a great quote. I enjoy that. Just be who you are and relish in that. Okay. Kiana said, I had a lot of clothes as a kid. It was just stuff from Kmart and Target because it was trendy and no name brands. Yeah, see, that was thinking. We did the whole Kmart. We didn't do Target. Target has always been a little bit too pricey. But, Walmart and Kmart. But, I didn't have a lot of money even from that. So I had the essentials. Recycled and washed clothes a lot, but definitely still didn't have a lot. But it is what it is. I don't know if anybody remembers Wieners back in the day. That's a department store. Wieners, like Dillard's. We did that one too. Oh man. Grace says, I love Kaylee Cohen's Strength and Sydney Cummings' Hootie Show. Love, Grow with Joy. Oh, okay. These are. I was like, what in the world? Okay, so these are fitness. Okay, so Kaylee Cohen's Strength and Sydney Cummings' Hootie Shell. I've never heard of Hootie Shell. Love, Grow with Joe as well, and I'll have to look into Roberta's Gym. Roberta's Gym is kind of like it's like an AI figure, I guess. You know, very no frills for sure, but has some good things going on. You know. Uh, okay, Christina's saying do all the things here. Make sure y'all do that as well. Dee says, I went to Hammond once. It was while at LSU Baton Rouge for a party. Party hardy. Yeah, neighbors, right? Yeah. See, that's the thing. Most people that have a uniform hate it, and those that didn't are like, ah. But it depends on the uniform. Because I remember there was a private school when I was walking to school, and they had these long, nasty ass green wool skirts, and I was like, ugh. When I think of school uniform, I think of like Clueless or something. So definitely, definitely, you got to think outside the box. Exactly what you want. Kat says, yes, my hubby gets a hotel. His company paid for it. Oh, there we go. But it's still nice to be home though. So, well, at least he's taken care of. Okay. Hate to think of your spouse out on the road, just driving nighttime. It's scary. Faithful says hello to Amber Lee. Shannon says, Kiana, my clothes were from Rave Express, New York and Company and the Limited. Oh, so y'all got fancy stuff. Okay, yeah. Too rich for my blood. Well, I'm glad that y'all enjoy what you have. Okay. I always say, hey, count your blessings. Okay. Vanessa says, hello. School uniform was about 300 euros for the year. We had to have the logo jumper, sweatshirt, and tie. Oh, see, that's another thing I didn't think about. Some places when you have that, you have to go and get the thing embossed or engraved in. That's a whole nother price tag too. Yeah, we have to make it simple if we're doing school uniform. Just like a simple colored shirt and a simple colored skirt, shorts, or pants, because it has to be versatile. I can't just be wearing skirts. Yep. The only time we had a uniform was in high school for gym. That was about it. So, uniforms in middle school was awful. See, everybody's like it was awful. Yeah. But it took some of that guesswork out of it. And then, you can show you more flair and stuff like outside of school. Like you'd be a whole new person outside of school, Vanessa says about to make some lunch. Ooh, what are you going to make? Let us know. Mommy shark. Kat says, I wore a uniform for kindergarten to 8th. At first, when we went to high school and could wear whatever I wanted, I was excited. And the excitement was short-lived because I actually prefer a uniform. I can see that. You get used to it. But it's just, if you're not really big into like choosing fashion and things like that, or just have no clue about fashion, which was me, having that choice taken out of your hand is a blessing. You know what I'm saying? Faithful says, a high school, my daughter had to have the logo jumper, tie, and blazer, but she wore a salware camise. See, that's already too fancy for me. And then abaya in the later 2 years because they didn't care. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of work. See, that just sounds expensive right there. Toya says in Middle Tennessee already started school, but of course they get the last week of August off for the horse show. Kids can't miss school, but it's okay for the country stuff. See, picking and choosing, politics, y'all. I love that my 2 boys wore uniforms when they were in school. It was easier and less expensive overall. I mean, as long as they give you choices, but a lot of times when it comes to school uniforms, it has to do with money. And generally it's politics and money. A lot of times they go hand in hand. Somebody has some sort of kickback from some company. I'd rather it's just say, hey, how about these colors that you have to wear? And then kind of let kids decide and parents decide where they get them from. But that doesn't go hand in hand with the idea of the policies, Faithful says, oh yeah, there was a gym uniform, but you could get away with whatever bottoms and the logo shirt. Yeah. Yep. Didi says 2 skirts, 1 pair of pants, 5 white shirts, 5 sweaters with initials, and saddle Oxford. Sounds very posh. I kind of like it, but I didn't have posh money, but it sounds nice. See, that I like that, but sounds like a boarding school, Kids of color in urban and rural areas where low income barely can afford the huge school supplies list. Throwing in a school uniform would be a huge blow. Facts. Everything you just said, that is facts. And that is part of why I would like to have the uniform, but why I know it would be an issue. Every single thing that you just said. Thank you. I agree. The gym shorts in school, name on it. See, they just doing too much. Toya, you're speaking my realness. Dee Dee, you're speaking my idealism, but that's for people with money. Didn't have that at all. Didn't have it. Nowhere close. I would be getting a letter sent home every day talking about how I was out of compliance, because that's how I was with the school uniform for gym when I was in high school. I didn't have the money. And I was stressing every day of going to gym because I did not have the money for what they wanted. And I finally just piecemealed what I had. It was like an old band shirt, but it was gold, but it had the band logo from 3 years ago when my sister was in band on it. And then it was some old pair of black faded shorts when it was supposed to be just black shorts. But I think my gym teacher recognized that I did not have money and just didn't say anything, because it was still a gold shirt and black shorts, which is what the policy stated. It didn't say there couldn't be anything on it and stuff, But it was. We're not gonna go back to my high school. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Times are different. Faithful says, cat at LOL. Hold up. I'm sorry. Cat at preferring a uniform. I was fine with mine, but I wasn't a fussy child. Yeah. I feel like clothing boys is easier than clothing girls. I feel like girls are under a lot of pressure socially with clothes nowadays. And my friends with girls spend a lot more money than I did. Yeah, and I think there's a whole lot more versatility with what things the girls could wear and stuff, Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that one. And it's cuter. We like to accessorize with girls. Boys, Toya said, I bet that even if public schools in Tennessee did go that route, they would get a standard size. That in turn would make some kids feel uncomfortable. I can see that. I definitely can see that. The hard part about girls' clothes for me is the modesty factor. Oh, yes. That's a whole nother ball game. Because, girls go quicker in some areas and things, because you're looking at like height and all that stuff and growing tall, but you're looking at like body size, because girls can change in 2-3 months. Okay. You like, what in the world? I just bought this, So yeah, you got to kind of factor that in. But also, y'all, I've seen some clothes that these little girls, like, it was modest until they got a hold of it. And I'm like, how did you? I will let that one go. Just watch your kids, y'all. Keep them kids as long as possible, okay? Teach them that the internet is not real, some of those things, and they don't have to subscribe to other people's images of what they should look like. They should put their own standard, okay? Every event needs a new dress, whereas boys could get away with a different colored shirt. Facts. Oh my gosh. Facts, cats. And you know what? For somebody that didn't have the money for the new dress, I skipped out on a lot of events because I did not have the money and I didn't want to show up. Like, I had like maybe 2 dressy outfits, and it's only so much you can recycle them, and every once in a while you want to look cute and show up, to at school and look fancy, but it's the same outfit, I mean, it is what it is, though. That's how I learned to sew, like to mend things, not sew a whole nother outfit, but Anyway, Faithful said, see, in the UK, lower income families have uniform vouchers, and the schools have a uniform store in the family worker huts where parents can get uniform and clothing for free. See, so you're in the UK with universal health care. We're in the United States still struggling. It's a whole nother ball game. Whole nother ball game. But that sounds very nice. Very nice. 100% Shannon. Big complaint my friends had when buying clothes for their daughters. Yep, you got to watch out for them growing bodies. Okay. All about money and not thinking about lower income kids. Yepers, that's true. Because you don't make money off of that unless it's a program that somebody else is getting a kickback from. Yipper. For uniforms work cheaper was a hit at the beginning of the school year. Vouchers. Yeah. I mean, if you can get the money on points, then I think it all works out. I think it all comes down to money, popularity or not, you know. Courtney saw where kameez or abaya worked out cheaper because she had them already. So I ended up spending less overtime on uniforms. See, I don't even know what Saware, kameez, and abaya are. Those brand names? See, I don't even know. That's why I said it just sounds fancy. That's why I was saying that, the names. Primary schools primary school supply school. Hold on, I'm sorry. Primary school supply provide. Okay, I think you're saying primary schools provide school supplies in the UK. Children could bring their own stuff, but if they wanted, but it was all there. Oh, see, US is. That's why we're lagging behind, because parents are just trying to get the basics for their kids. It's like the haves and the haves nots, you know. When you take out all of that other factors, kids can concentrate on, hey, this is what you're supposed to be doing in school. Instead, we're trying to figure out, can we get there without being butt naked and being ridiculed? And do I have a pen and pencil? You know? oh man, y'all. Dee Dee says we're middle class, and I was raised in a single parent household, and I went to private Catholic school for girls. Yep. It's nice when you have certain access to things. Okay. I mean, some people have more access than others, and I definitely think that it shows, like, overall, you know. So, like, I went to a public school, single parent. I mean, we had the basics. I mean, it is what it is. I had the basics. I took advantage of what was offered to me with the basics I had. Everybody has free will as well. Not everybody took advantage of that, you know. So it is what it is, you know. Organization in Hammett, St. Vincent de Paul, that does a free uniform program for students in public school that couldn't afford uniforms. There you go. It's nice if you have those universal, but generally you don't. It's kind of people scraping by. Grace says, I remember once I had to wear school sweatpants when I wore leggings that were slightly above the knee. Like, I promise you, my kneecaps are not going to lead astray boys forced purity culture. Because, you know, God forbid us girls tempt those boys because they can't learn. Oh, no. Toya says, got on my soapbox for a minute there. No, you have brought up some things that I think we need to throw into the mix. I'm okay with that. The amount of parents going to lone places just to afford school stuff. Yeah, and that's sad that that's how it has to be, you know, just, you know, that's not an equitable distribution of money and resources, you know, because even if there are free programs and things like that, they're not all over the place. So it's like in one area, even if you're lower income, there may be a place where you can go get a voucher or get access and get help. But in this other place, you don't have that, you know. So I understand. I understand there. Do you know how many dresses I have bought that were worn once? I have 3 daughters. There's people that will buy a dress for God knows how much and then just give it away. I'm telling you, I have bought clothes like I don't mind thrifting. Some people have an issue with thrifting. I don't mind it. I'm not a huge buyer of clothing to begin with. And I think maybe because I just never had that when I was younger, just wasn't one of those shopping things that was instilled in me. But I still like, a nice thing every once in a while, whatever. So I don't mind going to a thrift store because, especially as girls, we tend to wear a lot of different things. But thrift stores can have some really good items. I've gotten brand new things with price tags still on them. Things are worn once, so maybe not at all. So yes, have at it. And what's good is, and this is the thing, not all thrift stores are created equal either. I've been to, like, there's a thrift store near me that like gets a lot of, I don't know, it looks like a TJ Maxx. I'm not gonna lie, when you walk in, okay, it looks like a TJ Maxx, and it's a mixture of old and new items, but it's clean. Everything's organized. Many of the things look like they come from like a TJ Maxx or another store. Maybe they were open box or damaged box, or I don't know for what criteria they have, but you can get some brand new items. So don't sleep on them thrift places, y'all. You'd be surprised, okay? Especially if you have multiple kids, you can get some really good deals, okay? Why is this not clicking? Kiana says, okay, I promise you I'm clicking on your comments. For some reason, it doesn't seem like it's showing. There we go. Kiana, you got a daughter that dances, right? Let that baby be great wearing that dress one time. Yeah, just watch the price tag on it there, I can imagine. Yep. Islamic clothing, Courtney. Islamic clothing. I'm trying to see where that goes to. Oh, are you talking about just being modest about it? That's crazy and sad. Let me know if I missed something about Islamic clothing. Click. My mouse is being something, y'all. Just saying that is good for one, is a curse for another time. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. My mother sacrificed a lot for me to get a great education. Facts. I feel like it's a parent's duty to sacrifice to a certain extent. Not their whole lives. I'm not, but at the same time, you do what you got to do for the next generation that you bring up into this world. Okay. So I understand. I know my mama sacrificed as much as she could when we were in the midst, but sometimes you just don't have anything to sacrifice anymore. And it is what it is. So like I say this all the time, but I was an adult by the time I went to a zoo when I took myself, because I just never had the money for the school field trips. For one, the school did not offer it very often, like to go on these little zoo trips or whatever. But I'm just saying that I never had the money when it did come around. But it is what it is. That's not a necessity to go to a zoo, But I was thankful when I did take myself, Kat says, I'm not a big buyer of clothes either. I think it stems from my youth. We didn't have lots of money growing up. Yeah. And sometimes it's just not even a lot of money. It's just, the money you do have, just go towards the essentials, and, it is what it is. I think of the idea that I have the essentials and I'm okay with that. Like, I don't fault my mom when I talk about my youth of not having whatever, because I'm here. I think I'm in a better place than she was. Actually, all of her kids, for the most part, are in a better spot, and I always think that you should raise your kids to expand upon where you were in life, at least be at the very minimum of where you are, but to expand, and I'm okay with that. I know if I had kids, I would be able to do more for them than my mom was able to do for us. And I see that with all of my nieces and nephews, that my siblings were able to do more for them than my mom was able to do for us. But I think that she taught us to do better. And you know what? I think that's what her goal is supposed to be, is to teach us, Sometimes you can't provide, but you can always teach a lesson, Dee is that laughing and crying. Faithful says, when my daughter was younger, I used to thrift shop in the high income areas of London and get some bar. Facts. Facts, facts. If you're going to thrift shop, go to a nice area. Don't thrift shop in poor areas. I don't mean to be snooty about that, but that is a fact, okay? Richer people, I mean, not even rich, because even middle class, like, you know how you buy a prom dress, right? How many times are you going to wear a prom dress? That's why I don't believe in spending a lot of money for it. But you're not going to really wear it much, you know? So you can go to, a lot of people give those things to organizations or to a thrift shop. So then you can go buy that for your kid, gently used, and bam, there you go. I'm just saying that thrift shop in a nice area, okay? And not to be rich, but a nice area. Where I grew up, it was poor people like me shopping at poor thrift shops. That don't work. That don't work. You need to go to a middle or higher class area to go thrift shop. I love thrifting now. I did not like thrifting when I was younger. I didn't realize that till I moved to a nicer area and realized not all thrift shops are created equal. Because I used to somewhat be embarrassed. I am not embarrassed in the least to say I will go to a thrift shop or a Goodwill. I have no qualms. I will encourage you to do it too. To each his own. I don't care. There's some nice areas, okay? Everybody could save $1 these days, okay? And I save plenty, okay? Plenty. Tons of costumes. Ooh. Yep, there we go. There we go. You can do a little sell-off too, because I know them kitties grow up quick. Faithful, Courtney said you don't. I'm sorry, hold up. Courtney, you said you didn't know what salver camas and abaya was. I'll send you a pic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. I was going to look that up later, but you saved me that. I appreciate it. Got to know what some things are. I'm expanding my horizons today. I promise y'all we're going to get to this sprint. I have it pulled up here, okay? Kat says, my mom worked a second job to put my sister and me through Catholic elementary school. That happens. That happens. It's plenty. I know plenty of people that work their tail off to do what they need to do for their kiddos, you know? You're working for yourself or to somebody else, you know? So I think that's a duty as a parent to do your best. And if you feel like your best is working another job so your kids can have more, then have at it, you know? What I don't like is when you're two parents and only one of them is doing that. That's a no-go right there, okay? Hearing that you have to pay for school trips is heartbreaking. All children deserve to go. Yeah, but you know what? It's not a necessity. I mean, it's one of those things. One of those things that I learned early on is to put things in perspective. I tried not to be a brat growing up, because why be a brat? And that's the thing. Some people have the more maturity in their mind. I would like to think I was mature, not in all situations, but I think I was mature enough to recognize early on that we don't have the money for certain things. Okay. I will say we, for the most part, had lights and water, but I can remember a time or three where they were shut off for, you know, a few days or whatever. But I recognize we didn't have a lot of money. Mom is doing the best she can. I had food every day. My mom did some really great home cooked meals, but we didn't eat out a lot. Like, we didn't eat at restaurants. Getting like some fried chicken from Popeyes on a Friday was like a treat for me. But I recognize that we didn't have money for some of those things that my other classmates did. So I didn't make a stink, because what's the point? What's the point in going around begging for things only to be told no, or making my mom feel bad about something she can't afford, only to be in that same situation? It didn't make sense. So I would just, you know, I concentrated on school, and I took it to heart when my mom was like, concentrate on school so you can provide a better life for yourself later on. Education is your key. I took that to heart. Now, am I some big whatever? No, you know, but at the same time, I recognize that, you know, school was, at least some school doing well in it leads to other opportunities, you know, and that worked out, you know. So take my own self to the zoo, you know. I would just be like, I don't really want to go. I did. But, you know, they always had something available back at school for kids that didn't go on the field trip, you know. So anyway, whatever. Soapbox. That's Livia says, same cat, and I don't care for brand names. Luckily, neither my husband or my kid cares to. Yeah, I'm not a big brand name person either. It's just, it is what it is. Yeah, I just, I recognize certain brand names, but I'm not going to give my last dollar to go and get some super big brand name when I have other things. I have a friend that's completely the opposite, though. She will sacrifice her last dollar for some brand name for something and be struggling the whole rest of the month. I can't be that person. Okay. Can't do it. Can't do it. Click. This mouse is acting up too. Dee Dee says she took a job teaching secretarial skills at night school. Hey, that's what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do, I got to do. You're right about the boys versus girls thing, Kat. I always wanted girls, but now I'm so glad I had boys. Yeah, boys are a little bit simpler, I think, to a certain extent, but I think part of it with girls is on us. You want to dress them up and do all the bows and whistles and stuff, People said my daughter loves a good thrifting and uses bedding and curtains to make clothing. See, if you know how to make things, oh, so much better. I don't know how to make things. Like, I love this little pattern thing here I got. I would love to be able to make an outfit with this. I have no skills. So you know what? It's just a cool drape. Yes, but if you have skills, especially if you have skills and money, but if you have skills and no money, you are still golden, okay? Because if you go to thrift stores, there's so many amazing patterns that people have. And I was like, that would make a cool outfit, but I don't know what to do. So I just look at it and keep walking. Yepers. Kat says, I love my childhood. I find the way I grew up made me appreciate everything my parents did for my sister and me. I'm also grateful for my life and what I have. There we go. There we go. I think growing up, like, I didn't grow up dirt poor, don't get me wrong, but I didn't grow up I wasn't middle class. I was, a step above the poor thing. But still, I think that when you don't grow up with a lot of things, you appreciate it more. I think that a lot, like I even see it with my nieces and nephews these days, that they are so much spoiled and there's this entitlement to, I have this, so you should give me this. And they will throw a temper tantrum. And I'm just sitting there like, really? I'll just walk away. But yeah, I agree with you on that one. It's hard finding boys' clothes. Let me tell you, it's like they grow every year. Facts. Girls too. I get you. It's nice when you're an only child. It's nice because you get all the attention and you get all of the resources that are available that your parents are able to provide. I had to share that. So money got a little bit tighter when you add in more of them little crumb snatchers in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Not to say it's not a struggle, but definitely it's not as much when you just one, Talking about sewing, my mom sewed my prom dress and my wedding dress. Ooh, and I bet you that's special too. See? You know what's a good thing though? I was telling my husband this the other day. For people that know how to sew, go to a nice area for them. Like the thrift store in my area had, like, I always look at fancy dresses even though I don't buy them because where am I going? But they had this really beautiful, it was an older but heavyweight but really amazing wedding dress there. And I was like, if somebody knew how to sew, oh my gosh, it was like $25 for this dress, which probably cost like $800. If you know somebody that knows how to sew and you want something unique, go to a thrift store and buy like them cheap, fancy dresses. And you can take the appliques and all those beautiful beadings off and incorporate it into something else. And then you have something truly unique. But yeah, being able to sew and craft is amazing. Mine grow every week. Exactly, right? I always believe with kids, buy their clothes a size bigger. That way they can grow into it, okay? Livia says in Italy, many boys cares for famous, expensive brand clothes and shoes. I hope my kid never cares. Yeah, I think they're looking at the haves. Looking at the haves. Oh, yeah, watch out for that, y'all. Tell your kids not to feed into the Kool-Aid that's what they should have. Humble them to what a budget is and where they're at in life. Christina says there's less selection and boys' clothes last longer, made better, so I could keep them for hand-me-downs. Yep. I grew up with hand-me-downs and it was awesome. Yep. My sisters had better taste than I did. The thing is, they went through their stuff really, really bad. So most of the time it didn't last. So by the time I got it, it just was not something probably worth having. But round the house clothes, because there's your outside clothes and then there's round the house. That's a different story. Hello, Lily. I got a scholarship for church camp 2 years in a row. So much fun. I didn't care for church, but I pretended well. Jesus still loves me. There you go. There you go. Jesus loves all the little children. Dee Dee says, that's what I like about France. Museums are free for children under the age of 18. Dang, that's awesome. In Catholic private schools, they made the price for trips to include paying for families that couldn't cover everybody. See, other countries do so much more. That's why I think other countries tend to have more educated, more cultured individuals. The US, not so much. Not so much. I feel like kids, and there's always, like, even those rich, unruly kids, but I think kids take on so much burden about their families before they even reach school age, because you kind of just see the predicament your family is. It's kind of hard to concentrate and hard to get that motivation when you see that, So once you get to schools, it's like, not paying attention, Faithful says, I'd say I was fortunate having one child and could send her on trips, but they always made it as affordable as possible. And she never went on residential ones, though. What do you mean resident? Oh, where you stayed overnight? Yeah, I would have an issue with that one too. We didn't have those either. Yeah, I hope everybody is having a wonderful day. Dee Dee says hello to everybody. Say hi. We're gonna get to this next. Hey Nicole, how are you doing? We're going to get to a next sprint very, very shortly. We've been having good chats about school systems and availability of things and stuff. By the way, y'all, Nicole sprints on Mondays, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. I'm glad I was able to stop in yesterday. Hello to chat. I'm just going to go through all of these. Flashback of Vacation Bible School. Yeah, those were always during the day. Full time in the classroom, no student was left behind. I would fund their field trip or activity or find a way to fund it. See, that's awesome. That makes you a good teacher there, okay? I don't know what teachers do these days. I've been out of the classroom, but I can say I did not have any teachers fund my stuff. Hey, you got to get all those acting skills in there, right? Nothing worse to see a child worry about not being able to participate. Yeah, that's true. And a lot of us just kind of fake a way through so you don't even know it. Like, I would just say I wasn't interested in something, so I didn't have to say I didn't have the money, And nobody really actually paid more attention than that, Nice of you. We have to help some kids from time to time too. Yep. Homecoming dress was like $60. Yeah, you don't have to pay a lot for it. That's the thing. I feel like people these days feel like you have to pay a whole lot of money for things. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Dee Dee says, Livia, are you Italian? And Kat says, Shannon, when they are younger, they don't really understand, and older students are embarrassed. True, true, true. She lives in Rome. There we go. That'd be an awesome place to visit. Okay, y'all, we are going to, sailed up. Oh, all right. I'm going to stop the chat here because we are not going to get to the next sprint. And I want to definitely get to it. Okay. We are going to get to right here. We have a jellyfish race on the docket if it pulls up. There we go. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna have y'all go ahead and tell me which jellyfish you want to go here. Okay, and then we'll come back and I'm going to get out of here too. So that'll probably be, this might be the last sprint here. Okay, we're going to do 45 here. So we got red. What is that? Like tan, light brown, yellow? I don't know. Let's call it tan. So you have one's pink, two's tan, three is like a grayish brown, and then four is green. I'm going to go with number 4. Let me know who y'all want to win. Hold up a minute. Da, 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 da. There we go. Okay. I feel like this is slowing down here. All right, so I'm going to go back into other comments later, though. I just want to make sure we get to the next sprint. Plus, I have to go to the bathroom, too. All right, so Faithful is choosing number 2. Shannon is choosing number 3. Dee Dee is number 1. And Kat's number 4. Okay, so we have support for everybody. Right on. Okay, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I am number 4 as well. So we got some options here. Got a race in the house. Lydia's number 1. Christina's number 2. Dee Dee's number 1. And Christina. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we got some winners. We got some options. Okay, y'all. I'll see y'all in 45. Okay, happy sprinting. And it was the pink, which was also my second choice. Not winning today, actually first choice, but I decided to not go with it. So there we go, pink for the win, pink for the win. That was number one. How did everybody do on that one? Okay, let's see who chose number one here. Dee Dee chose number one for the win. Livia, that's all I can see. I was just going through the chats there. So anyway, the winner for that race was the pink squid octopus thing. So how did everybody do? I was reading this, still enjoying it. Has anybody read this book, Curvy Girl Summer? Let me know. Let me know. I think Aaliyah, that's the main character. I think she's a bit. I don't think snooty's the word, but she's a bit cut and dry. Not cut and dry. What's the term I'm looking for? Kind of cut and dry when it cutthroat. That's the term I'm looking for when it comes to like some of these foods, especially at the end. I'm just like, girl, slow down a little bit. Although I do like some her not allowing people to waste her time, but I do think that she's not forgiving at all. So let me see. I'm trying to figure out where I was at in the chats before we cut off. I know that I chose to stop because we were going to not get to our sprint. There we go. Okay. So Christina says, okay. Oh yeah. So when you're buying clothes for kids, yeah, you need to size up. And thrift stores are a good godsend because they're not as expensive as they used to be up here. So that's good. It's nice to find one where it is. I'm just going to take some of this stuff off here, y'all. Trying to do the admin things here. But yeah, thrift stores are nice because you're not paying astronomical amount of money for some of the items, and kids grow so quickly that's the last thing that you want is to spend a whole bunch of money and not get the value out of it. So I do think that thrift stores have definitely gotten, I would like to say they've gotten more affordable, but I think I've gone to better thrift stores. So the price tags are more worth what I'm willing to pay. Shannon says, what are you talking about? Uniforms was $79. We weren't poor, but we were thrifty. I'm still thrifty with my own kids. Yeah, $79 is a lot for a uniform for sure. Dee Dee says to Livia, would you be interested in talking to me in Italian? I'm trying to learn. Ooh, yeah, I do remember you saying you're trying to learn Italian. That would be fun. There you go. Y'all can have a communication. On IG, I think it's IG. There's the, the talk to, not even talk to text, just talk to audio. That would be pretty cool. Have a whole conversation. I like that, Shannon Lee. I try to shop thriftily. I live in a town with no stoplights, so we have no mall, lots of online shopping deals for us. See, I'm not a big fan of online shopping because you never know what you'll get sometimes. So clothes are one of those things that I'm not a big fan of shopping for online. As in the past when I've gotten them, it just doesn't work out. And the whole constant sending it back and forth, I really don't like, because a lot of that stuff ends up like in other countries. A lot of times they don't just put it back on the shelf type thing. It's more of like a bargain type lot or something afterwards. And a lot of those things tend to go to waste. And I saw this documentary a few months back that talked about a lot of the clothes that we tend to throw away, or clothes that shops tend to get rid of, actually end up in Africa because it's cheaper disposal for some reason. And they showed some beach that had like all of these brand name clothes that it was like a clothes beach. It was crazy. So I don't know. I'm just not a fan of all of that. I just try to not waste because it's just, I don't know, bad for the environment type thing. So, like, you know, a lot of those people do those Shein hauls online. You see those a lot. It's such wasteful because a lot of those people order $300-400 in clothes and then return all of them, and they only order those clothes for content. Such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Shannon Lee says, Kat, I understand it is a pride thing, but I love working with the less fortunate. I've always had a heart for people. Yeah, I do too. I like that as well. I like the idea of helping others. Grazie mille, Livia. I think that said thank you. Shannon says, I like the Goodwill in affluent neighborhoods. Lots of name brand for half the price. I never pay full price for anything. Yeah, see, I'm trying to get my husband on board with that, you know, because he has a lot of clothes. He's definitely calmed down since I met him, because he used to be a huge, big brand name person, and he doesn't take care of things. So to me, if you're going to pay a lot, you need to take care of it and make sure it's around a while, you know. But I introduced him to like Ross and TJ Maxx and things like that. But I did take him to this thrift store near me. My sister, when she visited, introduced me to it, and then I took him there, and he loved it. Loved it, loved it. I don't buy a whole lot of things, so I don't mind looking. I bought a bag and a hat, you know. I got enough clothes. I really don't need too much. So something really has to like stand out for me to purchase some clothes these days. And I'm not shopping for the people. However, I will say the parents that were doing back to school shopping when I went the last time, they were making a killing. There were people with full baskets of things. I wish when I was younger that we had a nice thrift store like that, because I would have had a lot more options for clothes. But growing up, like I said, I grew up in a poor area that did not have a very nice thrift store. So we tend to do layaway like at Walmart or Kmart. So I'm still paying retail price for clothes. So my budget didn't go very far. But if we had like the thrift store that I like, some of these nicer thrift stores that I've gone to as I've gotten older, if we had that when I was younger, I would have definitely been a lot more fashionable with cute things. So, but you know, it's all where you're at, you know. Let's see. Dee Dee says to Kat, that's lovely. My daughter makes our special event dresses too. Oh, that's always cool. And you can always have that nostalgia factor because someone made it for you. So I think that makes it even more special too. So, sister, keeping my eye. Okay, this is Dee Dee and Faithful are sisters, y'all. They're saying hi. No typo. Vicenza for 3 years, and I miss Italy. Italy would be a fun place to visit. I have not. I have a desire to visit Vatican City. I'm not Catholic, but I have a desire to visit Vatican City, but haven't made any of that come true yet. So this is talking all about, I'm just going to kind of skip over these, but yes, it was the pink that won. So that was number 1. So we got your winners there. Oh, what can I see? I like what I like. There we go. Yeah. In my head, I originally was like, oh, the pink seems cool. And then I decided to go with the green because it was more of a vibrant color. The pink seems kind of muted, but you know, that's what happens. Nicole also went for pink. Good choice. Good choice. Yeah, no winner. No winner. Hey, Alicia, how are you doing? Joining, ran to Barnes & Noble for a few things to turn in the kids' summer reading sheet for a free book. Ooh, there we go. That's always fun. I never got anything with my summer reading. We are now eating lunch, and I'm hoping to read some. Okay, that sounds like a good sign. You chose the light brown. Did not go. Did not go. Did not pass go. Well, hopefully the kiddos enjoy the reading. Or the book that you got. Did you get one book per kid for both summer readings? How did that go? Kat says hello. Nicole's heading to the shower. I need to do that as well. Hellos, all these hellos. I'm doing well, Chris. How about yourself? Let us know. Let us know. You got the jump scare there. Sorry about that. Okay. Coda got the plants watered and got to focus on work. I'll be lurking. Hey, you got to make that shmoney, honey. Hope everything goes well. Thank you for coming by. We're going to be getting out of here pretty soon anyway. I was still in Livia's tab. Oh, I get you. I get you. Kat says, during the sprint, I posted my 100 days of Halloween happy picture on Instagram. Oh, that'll be fun. I'll take a look at that one. Take a look at that one. Love Halloween. It's right around the corner, y'all. Olivia just finished with my sprints. Now going to make dinner. Tortillas with meat. Yum, yum, yum. I'm going to make tacos too. I thought that you were, I don't know how long your sprint was. I actually thought you were done, which is why I didn't transfer over before. My bad. My bad. I need to see who else is sprinting too. Amberly says, got the garden covered and read a bit of Empire of Silence by Christopher Ruocchio. Christina says, Coda, I need you to come over and help me with my plants. Got a few minutes. I need you to start my garden. I keep saying I'm going to do it, and then I don't. One of these days, it's going to happen, okay? One of these days. Gotta love the errands. Okay, Nicole. Thanks for coming by, Miss Lady. Toya says, I know Simply Kaylani and the Swoony Readers Club has Curvy Girl Summer as the August book pick. Oh, that ought to be fun. Okay, hold up. Drop a pen. I just realized I had a pen. Don't know why I didn't realize I didn't have a pen before. Let's see if they have like a discussion on it. That would be fun to get in on. Simply Kaylani Swoony Readers Club. That sounds familiar. I think I ran across that the other day. Readers Club, like a video or something. Yeah, it's a good time. Books with Bonnie, who's an awesome, lovely, beautiful booktuber and new mommy, actually was talking about this. I heard it from a few different people, but just her talking about it made me be like, let me go pick that up finally. And it's pretty good thus far. I think a bit long-winded, but I'm enjoying it. I just think that, she's a bit cutthroat with some of this. What she said, I don't cycle back when somebody tried to pick her up on a date. Like, okay, so this guy, not to tell too much of the book, but this guy, she went on a date, or she was supposed to meet a date. She got stood up, right? And the guy later on, come to find out, had like some car issues or something. And her friend tries to tell her about it and say, I think you'd be a good match or something. And she's like, I don't cycle back. I don't double back. I don't know. I would have just heard him out, maybe. I don't know. But I agree with her that he could have found some way to get in contact with her. So, but some interesting scenarios in the book. Shannon made to 71%. Should finish very soon. Then I need to write a review and submit. Definitely get those reviews in, y'all. Okay, especially if it's for ARCs. Okay. Kiana says thrift stores have gotten more expensive out here. Yeah, thrift. I think it depends on your thrift store, but yes, I do think overall the price tag in thrift stores have gotten more expensive. Some way more than others. I've seen some thrift stores that I'm just like, why are you charging that? I mean, like bad thrift stores, and they charge more than maybe some better thrift stores. But they're still less expensive than like buying outright, and I think that's the way they think of it. But I will say that they do have like those like sticker days, like orange sticker 50% off, blue sticker, things like that. Take advantage of those days, okay? Or they have senior days, take a grandma, just say it, take some time off. Christina says our thrift stores used to be inexpensive, but now they are more like a consignment and way more. Ooh, really? Wow. Yeah, you got to take advantage of some of those good deal days, but also know when it's not a deal. Like ours has closed. Like you can get stuff for like $4.99, $7.99. I mean, I think to a certain extent that's expensive for a thrift, but I don't know. I don't think it's that bad compared to other stores here, but considering like everything's like a lot of it's like real brand name. Like I got a Nine West wallet. I know it's not super high end, but still it was like brand new. But you get some good deals. Just know whether something's worth the price tag for sure, Shannon says hi to Alicia. Have a beautiful day. It is a nice day outside too, by the way. Olivia says, my Mill asked me to water a plant for her. Mother-in-law asked me to water a plant for her, and I'm scared. I have a black thumb. You'll be all right. Just don't overwater. Thrift stores for the books, I can usually find some good ones. You know what's funny is I have not looked at this particular thrift store at the books part. Um, I should. I don't really buy books, but you never know. Something might jump out at me. So I may do that next time. Yeah, Kiana. Everything, yeah, everything is expensive now. I think overall things do increase in price tag, but I do think that since the pandemic, everybody has just lost their damn mind. And so I think that thrift stores have increased their prices because they know even if they make things more expensive, it's still cheaper than other places. So it's like a whole trickling down effect, of what people feel they can get away with. That's why I'm not a big fan of overspending. Like my husband's one of those, he don't like the chest price tags of things. And it irks me because just because you have the money don't mean you should spend it. And a lot of times how your finances go and how you feel about your finances has to do with money going out versus money that comes in, because you make money, but if you're like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm not saving and all this other stuff, it may have to do, if you make a decent paycheck, with the money that you are spending going out. So if you're not checking a price tag and you just get something because you want it, or if you're like, oh, whatever. Like he has a big thing of what can you do when I'm like, that's expensive. And I'm like, you can do a lot. You cannot buy that. It's the reason why when you go to vacation spots, I had a local explain this to me when we went to Mexico. He was saying the reason why every time you go to Mexico, the price tag jumps and increases, and why the locals have a bigger issue other than tourists with tourists being there is because tourists kind of overpay, especially with the taxis and stuff. They overpay and stuff because they don't actually know the value and the conversion. So they're like, oh, here's $5, which should have been a $2 ride or something. And so the local taxi cab drivers specifically then know that. So then they don't really pick up the locals, and they're biased against the locals versus the tourists because they know they can just easily, not necessarily cheat them, but they know the tourists were overpaying and get more money out of them. So, but it's the same thing with buying other items too. It's like, if you're not really checking the price tag, or if you just shelling out money and not saying no, then they're like, well, people can afford that. So I don't know. I'm a big fan of, if I don't feel like something's worth my dollar, then I'm willing to sacrifice to say no and get something else. Gotta learn the French. Oui. That's all I know. Oh, no, je m'appelle Courtney. That's it. Kiana said, I did go thrifting on Saturday and they gave me 20% off my birthday. I got a lot of stuff and spent $80. Oh, that's a score. That's what I'm talking about. I like that. Okay, I'm good with that. Happy late birthday, by the way. Alicia says hello to Shannon. And Kelly, finished your weekly editor staff meeting. Back to reading next break, page 592 of 685 in Wrath. Oh, John Gwynn is going for you. Okay, there we go. I like it. Keep going. Birthday discounts are cool. Definitely. Love those. Gotta take advantage. Know when your birthday is and go around and get all your deals. Free stuff is even better. Yepers. I agree. Layaway at Kmart was the only reason I ever got new school clothes. Facts. We lived on layaway, and what you spent at the beginning of the year, the things you chose, need to last the entire year. I know when we were in middle school, my mom would choose all of our things for us, whereas in high school, she allowed us the opportunity. But I felt like I was the only one that was responsible for that. I need to Ulta and Sephora gifts too. Wow. See, I don't shop at those, but definitely I know they're expensive. So use those birthday discounts, okay? One thing I forgot to mention is my parents used to sew for the department stores back then. Oh, really? When it was people in the same country. So we would get outfits before they hit the stores. Oh, that's awesome. See, you got that inside scoop. Okay. You know how it's made. So if it breaks, and you know how to fix it too. Okay. That's a win-win, I think, for sure. Toya said to everyone, so everyone needs to sign up for a rewards program. Yes. And if you have a credit card, definitely sign up for one of those rewards point things or whatever on your credit cards. Those things are a lifesaver, okay? My points are just racking up. Layaway helped me do miracles for Christmas. Yep. Do places still have layaways these days, though? I don't know if they do layaways because more people use credit cards than anything now. So I don't know. No longer have a Kmart. Yeah, that was back in the day. Kmart's gone bankrupt. Shannon, you're in Italy with your family. I'm glad you had a good experience. Family always put in my number when they shop because I might have rewards. There we go. Stock up those points. Use everybody else to have it. Christina said the only place we get free stuff up here is Starbucks. Really? They giving stuff for free? Wow. Okay. Some places may give you a coupon, but even with that, we can't afford those things. But I live in a tourist location, mostly in the summertime where my birthday is. But we got a lot in the winter too because of the ski hills. So everything is more expensive here except for the paycheck. Girl, who you telling? I live in Florida. I didn't realize how expensive it was down here. I think overall things are more expensive down here than it was in New Jersey, and paychecks definitely don't reflect that. So I'm big into discount stores, and I never used to be a Walmart shopper for groceries, but I definitely am now. Like Walmart is cheaper than Aldi because Aldi's trying to compete with Publix, which is super expensive, and so they're expensive too. I used to be an Aldi person for sure. Kmart first job was the Super Kmart. I remember the Super Kmarts. Yeah, that was the back in the day, girl. Oh, yeah, times have definitely changed for sure, for sure. Alicia says they each had a summer reading log. They have to read 8 books. Oh, this is about the summer reading for the kids. Okay, so you fill out the reading log with 8 books. You talk about your favorite part and pick from a list of books, and that was free. Oh, that was cool. I like that idea. I also bought some books, so no summer reading sheet for me. Hey, you had to make sure they read the book, so there we go. Toya says, oh man, the Pizza Hut program with the free pizza for reading. Really? I'll see. I must not have known about these things as a child because I didn't get any of that stuff. They still have it, but it's more kids. Like as an adult, I read and might want to earn pizza. Exactly. I'd be getting free pizza all the time. Okay. All the time. Cat's hopping off to make a salad for lunch. Ooh, yummy. Thanks for sprints. I enjoyed hanging out with everyone. Great conversation and chat. Happy Tuesday. You too as well. Thank you very much for coming by, Miss Lady. Speaking of, before we get too far, because we're going to be getting out of here shortly, I want to do this because I think I forgot last time. My nose itch, allergies, y'all. Okay, so on this day in history, we have, let's see, August 5th. Time is flying. August 5th. Okay, so, this is for CODA. It says Pacific plants in 2020. An international group of scientists revealed that New Guinea Island in the Pacific Ocean has the largest plant diversity of anywhere in the world. It's home to 13,634 plant species, a fifth of which are orchids. Wow, that's a huge issue or a huge expanse of orchids. A fifth of the plant species. So a fifth of 13,000. What is that? That's over 2. That's crazy. Okay. Well, there we go. You really like plants? Go to New Guinea. Okay. August 5th is the year since Curiosity's challenging landed on Mars. Huh? August 5th. Okay. So apparently August 5th is the birthday of, I guess, some spaceship called Curiosity landed on Mars. Scientists at NASA programmed the rover to play the song Happy Birthday. That was in 2013. First time a tune has been played on a planet other than Earth. Okay, that works. Let's see. In 1888, German entrepreneur Bertha Benz completed the first long distance journey in an automobile when she drove 65 miles from Mannheim to Pforzheim in Germany to test the Benz patent motor wagon, the world's first factory built motor vehicle. Wow. Okay. So Bertha Benz, I'm assuming this has to do with Mercedes Benz in that family. Drove 65 miles in first long distance automobile. That's interesting because it looks like a bicycle. Look at that. So that's a Benz back in the day, y'all. Looks like a three-wheeled electric bike. Okay. 1888. Look how far vehicles have come. Okay. Also, what happened this day? The Magic Gathering was the first ever trading card game was launched. Never heard of Magic the Gathering, but that was in 1993, first ever trading card game. And in the US, the UK, and the Soviet Union signed an international treaty restricting the testing of nuclear weapons to underground sites in 1963. Interesting. Okay. Well, you got a first long-range motor vehicle. You have a little rover. It has sung Happy Birthday on Mars. And you have a lot of plant species in New Guinea. So there we go. This day in history. Bam. Let me put this back here because I was using it as a mouse pad. Okay, so Kelly says Empire Silence was compelling read, though obviously a first book. I look forward to book 2 to see how he's grown. Okay, there we go. I know Gwen has wrote a lot of big, thick books for sure. The swoony readers. Romance. Gotta love it, right? I like a romance book, but I definitely like it mixed with other stuff because I feel like it drags out. Unless it's a short book, 200, 250 pages. Other than that, I'm like, okay, what other elements we adding, Kelly says, I met Christopher Ruocchi at Comicapalooza in June. He was awesome. Oh, isn't that cool to meet your great authors? Okay, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Amberly says, I am the very beginning of it, Kelly, but I can see the potential. I'm excited to read it. There we go. Kaylani, Dana, Illa, and Karina from She Dreams in Words are the Swoonies. Oh, okay, I get you. Okay. I did, yes. Those names sound definitely familiar. I think they were on a stream a few days ago. Because that's ringing a bell now. I remember the name, the Swoony Readers, and I remember Kaylani and then Dana. It was like 3 or 4 people on a screen. Oh, I'm going to have to look them up again. Bonnie is a... Yes! Yes, she had a little girl. Her name is Paige. I'm acting like I saw her in person. This is all IG. Because she said she had taken a break, and I recognized she wasn't around. But yeah, got married. Well, she got married, 2 years ago, something like that. But yeah, she has a little daughter, but she's not bringing her as part of social media, which I agree. But yes, Bonnie's a mommy and it's glowing on her. She looks absolutely beautiful. Alicia says, not only that, but they are finding that people will buy it at thrift store price, but turn around and sell it for more on eBay or Marketplace. Yes, I have been seeing a lot of that lately. Yes, a lot of people are buying things for thrift stores and then reselling for higher price. Yep, and they do that at flea markets too. Yep. Everybody's trying to get their dollars. Grace says 24% at the Tides of Time, and thanks for the sprints. Thank you very much. I hope you got some good reading in. We've had a lot more talking than I would have normally added in another sprint, but we had a good conversation, so I'm okay with that. Alicia says there was a Loungefly bag I wanted to get. The bag is $90 all day long, but you look it up on eBay and it's now $300 to $600. Yeah, I'll pass. Pass. Disney World with a $6 bottle of water. Yeah, not trying to do that life. I take my water bottle here everywhere I go, okay? And I don't mind refilling it with regular tap, okay? Some places are actually taking out those fountains. Like, how amusement parks always generally used to have water fountains, and they actually used to be cold. I find that a lot of them now are not chilling them, because I think they want you. I think they're catching on that people are bringing their reusable bottles around, but I think they are now not chilling them so that you'll be uncomfortable and go ahead and buy their expensive cold bottle of water. The things people are doing. I don't know if they can ever get away completely with getting rid of all the fountains. I don't know if it's a rule or a law or something that they have to have that in place. But I just find that there are less water fountain at parks where I go, and they are not chilled. So I don't know. Y'all tell me if I'm off base. Yep. I sent them to you on IG. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll take a look at it. Okay. Thank you very much for coming too. You have an awesome day. I'm sure I'll see y'all around. I'm going to go take a walk and make some food after this, but I'm sure I will see y'all in some sprints. Okay. Yeah. Layaway was the day. I don't know. See, that's the thing. I grew up with layaway, but truthfully, with me, with having grown up on layaway, it taught me that I just need to get my dollars together and pay outright. Same thing with people getting into trouble with debt and credit cards. You learn from other people's errors that you see. And so I'm a big fan of just, if I can't afford it, then just you don't need it, So I don't really need layaway, but I'm also looking at it as just me versus, maybe doing it for other people. Christina says to hydrate, feed yourself, laundry, mid, stretch, and sub, all the things. And I'm all for those too. Oh yeah, gotta get those points. It's like passive dollars, passive points, all the stuff that you're accumulating. Because most of us use credit cards, so you might as well get something for it. I use mine for travel. I think my credit card, I haven't redeemed travel points. Like for every dollar you spend, you get like a certain amount of points, blah, 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 blah. Some are worth more than others. But I haven't used redeemed points in a few years. So I got a lot of points on mine. I'm using those for a trip somewhere. That's what I generally use them for. There's still Kmart in Australia. Really? Wow. Okay. Kmart's going strong. I'm okay with that. Yeah, they went away in the US. You can find one every now and then, but not really. Same thing with Toys R Us, I think was owned by Kmart or something, and they're going away too. So I don't know if y'all still have one of those in your area. One free coffee on your birthday. Get that coffee, Starbucks. It's expensive. That saves you $10. They probably put a limit on it, I bet. Free drink rewards program. Yep, use all those rewards. Military, so we get stationed there. Oh, okay. Okay, I get you. Hey, it's nice with the military because you get to go places you probably wouldn't normally get to and discover things. Ames. I don't know Ames. What is Ames? Adults should be rewarded for reading too. I agree with you there. The only place I've ever seen a rewards program for reading for adults is the library. And then, you get put into a big pool. I never win anything. I stopped actually trying to win stuff, and I just read. But I participated with the exception of this summer, I participated in my summer reading program the last few years in my library, and I never won anything. You get like a pool that you input for gift cards and stuff, but yeah, no other place. I think folks know that, like, as an adult, if you're a reader, it means you probably are choosing to go out of your way. So you probably are a big reader. So trying to give away free things as an adult, they're going to probably be offhanding a lot. So I think that's probably why they don't offer rewards outside the library for readers, for adults. You read your way to a free personal pizza. Yeah, I do that. I do that in a heartbeat. Company of Sprint. Thank you, Faithful. Much appreciate you coming by. Christina says we don't need the rewards program for it up here, Alicia. Just say it's your birthday, but then it's a smallish town, so you probably know the baristas. There you go. Cousin's daughter used to work there, and her fiance still does. Oh, there we go. They already know. Hey, they can hook you up under the table if it's not your birthday. It's my birthday week. Kiana says, thanks for sprints. There's the bins. There's the bins. Early bins. Magic the Gathering when it first came out. I don't even know that game. I'm gonna have to look that one up. Graduated in 93. Yeah, times changed. I was back in the 90s too. Alicia says Magic the Gathering. I've heard it but never played. Yeah, I never heard of that either. Heard of Benz though. Mommy Shark Vanessa is sprinting in about an hour at 3 for Arc August. And then there's the Arc Regatta. I like that. Here's all the links. I'm just skirting over them, but y'all know them. Click on them and save them, okay? There's the BookTube Bible. I love how colorful it is, by the way. Swoonies have the Thrills and Chills book club. Yep. There we go. Kelly, right? I think. I could be wrong. But yeah, there's Horror Book Club. There you go. Christina says, my son loves Magic the Gathering. If he's not talking or watching D&D, it's magic. Hey, at least he's involved in something. I love when kids get passionate about something. Too many times they're just flighty and just want to look at the internet, Alicia says theme parks are now using Coca-Cola Freestyle machines that give you free access to your water, and you can add ice. I usually take a collapsible cup to the park. So you can use that machine to get water without having to get the soda. Okay. I have not seen that. But next time I do, I'm going to try that, to just walk up and get water without having paid for something else, because that is definitely something new. I've seen those in stores, like you buy soda or something like that, but I've never seen them in amusement parks. So that would be cool. And it'd be cold, should be cold. So, okay. Shannon says, I will catch up on folding laundry till Vanessa's sprint. Gotta love the laundry. Layaway helped with getting things for the kids for Christmas, a little bit of dollar, whatever. And they held on to it so the kids never found them. I agree. Layaway was a good thing for me too. I don't know. I'm not for the going back and forth paying on a layaway thing. I'm just more of that save the dollars and then go buy it type thing, But layaway got me. Layaway is how I got Christmas when I was younger, and layaway is how I got school clothes. So I am not knocking it at all. Okay, every dollar counts. Annette just got home from work and time to say hi and hit the like button. Thank you for coming by. Much appreciated. We've had some good talks about going back to school and layaways and how expensive things have gotten and school systems and clothing and all that good stuff. Yeah, Toys R Us is already gone. Yep. I haven't seen a Toys R Us in a minute. So, yeah. Times are changing. Oh, not even in the UK. Okay. Alicia says, last time I went to Starbucks for my birthday, they asked me if I wanted a 30 ounce because it would be free. Yes, please. Yes. Ames was a store that was like Kmart, but before Kmart. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know Ames. I knew Kmart. Kmart was the thing. Kmart and Walmart. Christina says, faithful, our library had a summer program with prizes for children, teens, and adults. The adults got a pretzel coupon and entered into a drawing for the bookstore here. Teens got a book. Ooh, see, ours, it was like a few different prizes, but you didn't get anything unless, basically you got points for every book you read, right? And that you registered. And then with those points, you go online and you input kind of like a raffle into different pots. And then they chose one or two winners. But you didn't get anything if you weren't selected. So I would have liked to have just gotten something. I think that would have been cool. But, I'll take that pretzel coupon. I would have taken it. But it's cool that the kids got something. So, yeah. Well, you know what? I got enjoyment from the book. So I'm okay with that. A noise. We have indeed reached the end of the chats, y'all. Look at that. So we're going to be getting out of here. Okay. I appreciate y'all all coming by. It's been a good time. Some good conversations today. As always, I'm here for the most part every Tuesday, unless I have something going on. Every Tuesday at 10 a.m., normally 10 to 2-ish. So, stop by, stop in, stay, whatever you like. So I hope to see y'all again. Y'all have a blessed, beautiful day. Stay warm and definitely stay hydrated. Okay. Spend your dollar wisely.